and also the red most competitive riders jersey is worn by Henry Ulik from Alpes in the Königs Quickstep team. But of course the situation is like that the most active rider's jersey, the red jersey, is Henry Ulik is leading that by 4 points. Right arm is there second on 3 points. Young riders classification is actually the leader is Henry Ulik, but he is wearing the red jersey, so the young rider's jersey is being worn by Aaron Aus from Tartu 2024. And yes, the general classification jersey is for right arm. And here we can see that the neutral start has been given for the riders, the ceremonial start, and we will soon have our on the spot Henrik Punso, our live reporter from the motorbike, giving a little bit of an insight what's happening there on the road.
Good morning from Sigulda. The start is on here. We have 3.7 kilometers of technical start. Now the sun is shining and the weather is great, but this night there was a thunderstorm of the lifetime. The riders said that they couldn't almost sleep. So yeah, now it's everything good, but there is happy faces on riders' faces as the sun is out and we are enjoying the morning of Sigulda. Punso out.
Hello, we are back. Sorry, really sorry from our team. We had some technical issues with the broadcasting, but now we are back, and hopefully there won't be any more technical issues. This race for us. Now it looks to be everything sorted out, and you can see that the riders haven't paused their race because they didn't have live coverage. They really started racing from the start like they did from yesterday, and you can see that the whole bunch is fully strung out again. Like it was yesterday, the whole 200 kilometers. But yeah, as Endrik told just before we got cut out, was that the weather today is superbly nice in Sigulda, but they had absolutely terrible weather in the night, big rain and hailstorms, hails that. There was a few weeks ago a big hailstorm in Latvia and also in Lithuania, where big grains of hail trashed cars and windows and etc. So it's good that this hailstorm and the storm happened in the night, not in the day. But you can see on the roads also there's a lot of debris from the night before. But this day for the riders looks to be good, and it should hold out like this for the whole day. But these riders have really started racing again, just like they did yesterday. Today we are in Latvia, in Sigulda. The start and finish is in the same town, in the same place. They do a few laps around Sigulda, and Sigulda is well known as a bobsledding city in Latvia. Latvia is pretty. They have had in the history a lot of good bobsledders. And Sigulda is on top of a hill, that little city, and that's where our finish will today also be. It's a very infamous 1 kilometer steep climb, and yes, you heard it right, a proper 1 kilometer climb in the Baltic states. It's probably one of the hardest climbs in the Baltics that you can race a road bike up. So. But these riders have this climb today, and they even have it for 3 times. So after 50 kilometers of racing, so approximately in 25 kilometers, they will pass first time that climb, and then also they have one more passing of the climb in approximately 50 kilometers from the finish, and then of course the finish is on top of the climb. So it is a really good place to attack and put some riders into difficulty, or just use it as a slingshot for a breakaway group to get away if they go full gas on that climb. It's yeah, it's a proper 2-minute effort, or even a little bit more. So it is definitely a good slingshot. And regarding how hard of a stage we had yesterday, and there should be a few legs that are sore from that, and we see that this day to day has also started pretty fast, and I think there will be a lot of sore legs at the end of the Baltic Chain Tour 2023. But here we have a few guys going into the attack. It's ATT Investment. They had a okay day yesterday. I think definitely they wanted a lot more. They had only one rider in the breakaway group, and that was the Estonian man Mikkel Reim, but he finished outside of the top 10, and he is now 11th in the general classification, 24 seconds from right arm. So he still has a good chance to go for the win, but definitely he would have liked a bit more from yesterday. He did a nice attack, some 6 kilometers from the finish, but his attack was neutralized, and just after his attack, right arm and Daniel Arnes tagged, so just one attack too early for Mikael Reim yesterday. He hasn't had a very good season, so he really would like to get a result at the end of this tour. But here our riders are going in the attack. We will have our first intermediate sprint soon. We will have it in approximately 7 kilometers. So intermediate sprint we have 3, 2 and 1 bonus seconds, and of course also 3, 2, 1 points in the most active rider standing, the green jersey standing. The green jersey standing is that Henry Ulik from Alpes in the Königs Quickstep is leading that classification with 4 points in front of right arm. Christopher Skerping and me, Norman Watra, are all on 3 points in that standing, because yesterday 3 different riders won 3 different intermediate sprints, so it's really tight in that classification. So if one of those 3 riders would win an intermediate sprint today, he would shoot up in that standing to the lead, and definitely would have a good chance to take away home the green jersey for him and for his team. But here we have a few attacks going off the front. It started 2024, Team Kiskonen on the front, a really aero position for him. Really nice to see. He is using all of his capabilities to be as small as possible. It's definitely not good for the other riders that are in the slipstream of Kiskonen, because he's just so small on a bike that of course for him it's good, but it's not good to be in the slipstream of him, because you don't really feel that you're in a slipstream. But here a few other riders. ATT Investment is doing a good job here. We have also one rider from Estonian national team. They are controlling this these bigger breakaway groups, and this is so important for them. Every bigger breakaway group that goes off the front, they should have a man in there, a man that isn't doing anything in that breakaway group. So that is the best tactic for a race like this, because you only have 6 men, but 5 men should control the breakaway. So, but if you have attacks coming from everywhere, it is very hard to do that with only 5 men. So it's so much easier to just follow all the bigger moves, because then you're not fully responsible of bringing it back. And also if a man is in the breakaway group and he isn't doing anything, then it definitely is not good for the cooperation of the breakaway group, and that would benefit the overall leader, right arm from Estonian national team. But here again, UNAX, their development team, is on the attack. You can see that they had a very good day yesterday, a lot of attacks from their team, and they ended up in second place in the stage with Daniel Arnes, who was definitely one of the most active riders yesterday. And also they had Brinsrud in the breakaway, so they have still 2 very good cards to play for the win, and they would like to put the Estonian national team on like a pressure on them to make their life as hard as possible, because that's the only way that they could crack right arm. Because you saw from yesterday, all of you that watched stage 1, that right arm was very good, in very good form. It's very hard to to just beat him outright in a sprint or in a hard race. You have to isolate him and you have to attack him from far, make him make the efforts. And but let's see if somebody will be able to do that today. I think it's very difficult because yeah, as I told, the Estonian national team looks to be in very good form collectively. So it's going to be an interesting race, but we have the first intermediate sprint in 3 kilometers, and from there on, yes, in 2.9 kilometers the first intermediate sprint, and then from 20 kilometers from that place we have the first passing of the Sigulda city, the Sigulda mountain, and that if at that place we don't have a breakaway off the front, then it is definitely a place to go in the attack to try to break the strain, break the ice between the attacking riders and the peloton. But here is a pretty solid group going off the front. UNX is here, 2 riders from Maloja Push Bikers, 1 from Alpecin Phoenix, 1 from national team of Germany, 1 from national team of Estonia, a rider from EcoFlow, Kronos, so a proper one. And we see Christopher Skjerping, the green jersey wearer, is now going off in the pursuit of the intermediate sprint, but Martin Last from the Estonian national team is controlling him. They don't want Christopher Skjerping to get more and more points in this classification, because with points also comes seconds, and that is very valuable in the fight for the general classification. So Martin Laas, who is in the second place now, is doing very good controlling job of Christopher Skjerping, the very experienced Norwegian rider riding for Kieka's IF team. Right hand turn here. Now we should have approximately a kilometer to go until the intermediate sprint. Yes, 1 kilometer to go. Skjerping shows that please come through, but nobody wants to come through because everybody knows that the Skjerping is forced. Like, Skjerping wants this intermediate sprint, but nobody wants to help him, and it's of course very understandable. We have Norman Wachter from the back, from the national team, bringing this back, bringing Skjerping back. But yeah, Skjerping is forced to be on the front, and probably Martin Laas, a World Tour team sprinter, will probably take this intermediate sprint. It looks to be he is in prime position to do that. But we have also now Henry Hulig coming up from the Alpecin Königs Quickstep team. They are really going for this intermediate sprint. Well, yeah, superb lead out from the Alpecin Königs guys for Henry Hulig. Now intermediate sprint, Martin Laas and Norman Wachter on the left, trying to go also for the intermediate sprint. And it looks to be that the Estonian national team rider Norman Wachter will win this. It was Wachter, somebody from Maloja Push Bikers, and then it looked to be that third place went to Henry Hulig. I won't confirm it yet, but it looked like that. Very tight between Norman Wachter and Maloja Push Bikers rider. Yeah, but this is good for Norman Wachter, because if he even got the second place here, it depends. Was it Filippo 14 from Maloja Push Bikers? Because Filippo 14 had 2 points, Norman Wachter had 3 points, and of course Henry Hulig had 4 points. So it could be after the first intermediate sprint, a tie between three riders in the most active rider classification. So it's nice to see. Here we have on the graphic 53 kilometers, 56 kilometers an hour. These guys are again trailing it. It's crazy how strong and fast are these guys going, how strong and fast they went yesterday and also today. But it is nice to see that every classification is really fought out. It's always nice in a tour, in a multiple day tour, that you have in one race like a few multiple races going on. There were guys going for the stage win, guys going for the general classification, and now you can see that guys also going for the most active rider classification. So it is definitely very fun to look at, and something happens in a stage race like this, where again nothing is actually controlled from anybody. It's pretty hectic racing, but this is the most spectacle racing that we could have of a cycling race. So it's very nice. But yeah, and now all together again for the group ATT Investment, Matěj Stošek, the Slovakian champion, is on the front, trailing the pace here. He did one interesting move yesterday. He was in a big breakaway, but he just fell back from there for some reason. So I don't know if he isn't really feeling well, or he just wanted to ride a bit more defensively yesterday, but in the end their team didn't really get the result that they wanted. They have brought a very strong team to the Baltic Shin Tour, and I think the AT&T Investment was one of the bigger losers yesterday from the big teams. So they would really should go on the attack today with multiple riders. They have a card to play in the general classification with Mikkel Reim, who is still in striking distance from the general lead, but now we have Daniel Arnes.
We have here Daniel Arnes from UNOX their development team. Yesterday you were second, but actually 2 past years, your team has won the stage that ends in Valka, so it was probably a disappointment for all of you. Take us through how it felt and what happened.
Yeah, well, of course, this was the DS. He said there was the worst result that they had there, so yeah, we didn't follow up, but still was a good result, I think, for us also. Was a good guy that won, so it was. I know it was fast, so I know it was going to be hard to beat him in a sprint, but yeah, I was happy that I managed to just bridge up to the front group and be able to fight for the victory at least. So. So it was a good situation when we had me and Magnus also in the front. So yeah, I think it ended good. Of course, you can always do better, but yeah, now we have 2 guys in the GC and me second. So it was good also.
Yeah, you had you were having here a very strong team. You were almost in every breakaway. You were controlling it very good, and today also it's going to be the hardest stage. So I think it suits for you. What's your plan, or how you're going to approach today's stage?
Yeah, of course. Now we sit second in GC, and also with another guy in he's good in GC. So but we don't have the jersey, so we can attack and try to do something to maybe get some seconds and see how it will go in the end. So yeah.
Do you like the climb that's on the menu today?
Yeah, it looks good, and looking forward to do it now and during the race, and I will also check it out now and get some laps. So will be a nice finish for sure.
Good luck for you.
Thank you.
That was, yes, a fast interview with with yesterday's second place rider Daniel Arnes from UNOX, their development team. He was actually really happy about yesterday's result. Of course, a win would have been a lot nicer, but the second place is good for them, and they have still 2 cards to play in the general classification, and they will definitely go on the offensive today. And here on the screen you can see that they are actually just doing that. They are going on the offensive with the riders. So yes, UNOX, their development team, is really racing with panache in this tour. They did it yesterday, and you can see that they are definitely going to do it also today. So it's a very cool team of UNOX, young riders from Norwegia and some also from Denmark. So a proper feeder team for the pro teams, and of course mainly for UNOX pro continental team. But they're really racing well. And now, yes, we have the confirmation from the first intermediate sprint that Norman Vastra won that in front of Filippo 14 and Henry Hulik. So the situation in the classification of the most active rider is now that Norman Vastra is the virtual leader in that with 6 points. Then it's Henry Hulik on 5 points and Filippo 14 on 4 points. So a very very contested classification. And yes, Christopher Skerping, who tried to go for the intermediate sprint a bit too early, didn't get any points there, and he is now he's wearing the jersey, but he has now fell to 5th place in that classification. So he really needs some more intermediate sprints today, or points from the intermediate sprints. But in his liking, there is still 2 intermediate sprints going to be on the road. One is 54 kilometers from the finish, and one is 21 kilometers from the finish. So quite a lot of time until we have the next sprint for points. But definitely it will be very hotly contested from these riders. But a little group is off the front: Gleb Karpenko from National Team Estonia, Erik Madsen from UNOX, Gustav Raugula and Zigmitas Matjusjevičius from Kaunas Cycling Team, from Aalborg, Jonas Sørensen, Mikael Jorgensen from Ceramic Speed Herning, who did a very good race yesterday. He was off the front, but just fell a little bit short before the finish. He looked to be in cramps and difficulty, but now he's again on the attack. So very good recovery from Jorgensen from the Ceramic Speed Herning team. But you can see that this breakaway is now brought back by Alpecin de Königs, or at least it is bridged by a few other riders. There are 2 riders still between the breakaway and the peloton, one from Volta's cycling team, a Lithuanian elite team, but now the peloton is slowly but surely bringing this back. We will have the first passing of the Sigulda mountain in approximately a little over 10 kilometers time. So that would be the first glimpse for us, for our viewers, of the finishing climb that we had today. The riders definitely had a look at it before today's stage. Here is a bit awkward left-hander for the riders. Hopefully everybody knows where to go. A lot of different roads here, but it looks to be everybody is safe there, safe in this left-hand turn. But Matthew Stošek, you see from Slovakia, they are going on the attack, and as I told, ATT Investment, they really lost out yesterday. They had Mikkel Ram in the front. He tried one attack, but just didn't have the power, and wasn't able to really contest for the win in yesterday's race. And they, on paper, they really should go on the attack today and try to get away, try to get a proper result, a stage win for their team. They are here. They are really searching for points, and in the team classification, in the continental classification, they are in very good place in that ranking. They have had a good season, but they need more and more points to be as good as possible at the end of the season. That isn't actually far away. Just a little over than a month and a half of racing still on the road, and then we will slowly end the cycling season of 2023. Unfortunately, this has been a superb season, but definitely next year it will be a lot of the same, a lot of nice races for all of our spectators, all of our fans. We still have one big Grand Tour for all of the cycling enthusiasts in sunny Spain starting for the Vuelta. But these riders are now focusing on their Grand Tour here in the Baltic states. 121 kilometers still to go. There have been a lot of attacks from the start. We are in Sigulda, Latvia. It is now grouped together a little bit, but just as I say it, there comes one other attack from the punch, and still a lot of guys try to get away, try to force the other teams to chase them, and really good tactical racing from the Estonian national team. They have the jersey. Right-arm hasn't really shown himself in front of the peloton, but his teammates have. Like in every bigger move, there is a national team Estonian rider in there. So it's very good that they haven't like really forced to be on the front with many riders to control the pace, because that would really exert their riders. They have more chosen the tactic of following moves, and this is a very smart one for them. You could see that also at this moment, one rider from national team Estonia, you see in the middle of the picture, middle on the road, it was Roman Pajur controlling the breakaways there. Here we have 44, David van der Poel. Yesterday, a good stage for him. He sits in 12th place in the general classification, 24 seconds from right arm, so a very good possibility for him to go on the attack and force other teams to chase him at the end, because he also has Henry Hulig in 3rd place in the general classification. So a good one to from the Alpes and the Königs guys. Yesterday 3rd place in the stage. It was okay for them. I think the minimum program that they could have had with 2 very strong guys.
Van der Poel from Alpes in the König development team. Yesterday you had a quite successful day. Henry Hulig was 3rd, not the worst. The gaps are not that big. What are your plans and tactics for today as a team?
I think yesterday was a good day for us. We tried to win, but the 2 guys in front were quite strong. So, but yeah, the gaps are small, like you say. So I think today we have Henry and me to play with, and the final is quite hard. So normally it suits us. So it depends a bit on how the race will be raced, but we expect a bunch sprint to the last climb.
Yeah, you probably saw also the climb that's on the menu for today. It's the biggest climb in Baltics. What do you think about this?
Yeah, I did it already a couple of years ago, the climb. It's quite hard, but not so long. So I think a lot of guys will be able to get over it together. So yeah, I still think it will be a bunch sprint. Maybe some gaps in a bunch, but not too big difference.
Do you think there's going to be a breakaway today, big one, or how the race is going to go?
Well, I think not a big one. There is not so much wind and it's nice weather, so I think it will be a smaller break and a controlled race more than yesterday.
Okay, but I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
That was yesterday's good ride done by David van der Poel from Alpes and the Königs development team. He sits in 12th in the general classification. We talked a little bit about yesterday and also today's stage. He thinks that there won't be a big breakaway going off the front, and that there will probably be a punch sprint up Sigulda mountain, and it sure looks like that. It is a bit more controlled than it was yesterday, but it's still a lot of attacks, so I think we will get a better understanding of the race tactics. First time we get over Sigulda mountain, how hard will that hill be ridden by this group? If it's full gas, then I think we will have some more breakage at the latter parts of the stage. But if it's more controlled with an easy pace, then we probably, as David van der Poel said, that we will have still some attacks in the next 50-60 kilometers, but the bigger teams will control it and try to put their best riders in the best possibility to ride for the stage win in today's finish atop Sigulda mountain. So here are nice aerial shots of beautiful countryside of Latvia. A lot of nice grain fields, a lot of nice forests and so on. Baltic states are beautiful when the rain is not falling down from the sky, and if it's as quiet of a wind that there is at this point. So it is a nice area to go through. A lot of nice cities with cool old architecture, good food, good pricing, and so on. So definitely not too crowded at this time of the year, and it's not too hot. We have superb heat waves in the southern part of Europe. Then it is quite good to escape from that to the northern countries, to the Baltic states, and even to the Nordics. Quite reasonable summers there, not that hot. So definitely worth to visit. But here you could see on the map that we are pretty near to the Sigulda, first passing of the Sigulda mountain. We have 117 kilometers still to go. The race for today was more than 160 kilometers, so the riders have been on the road just a minute over an hour. It isn't as fast of a race that we had yesterday. Yesterday we had almost 49 kilometers per hour, the average pace. It is a bit more calm today, but not super calm. But still, riders want to try to go off the front. I think a few of these guys who want to be in the breakaway are now looking forward to that climb, to use that climb in the advantage of themselves to get the gap on the peloton. We have a Tartu 24 rider going off the front, and Romet Bayer from National Team Estonia is following him closely. Closely following all of the big moves that an Estonian national team rider would be in there, and that they wouldn't be forced to chase the breakaway group, because that is only advantage of the other teams, because the other teams really want to get rid of right arm helpers as soon as possible to blow up their legs as soon as possible. That right arm would be isolated at the end of the stage. But this isn't really happening at this moment, because they are riding a very good race here, the National Team Estonia guys. And you can see at the back of the peloton it is quite easy, quite calm here, nothing very eventful. The pace isn't that high, at least for these riders. They are all trained guys, and this pace in the slipstream of a group as big as this would. Yeah, I think their heart rate at the back of the pack is not a lot higher than 100 beats per minute. So they are really cruising at this moment because it's a slight downhill, and we have a big downhill before the Sigulda mountain. Here we can see when the peloton does this, it's a lumpy terrain before this right-hander. They do the right-hander and then it's full gas downhill into the valley and over the river, a little bridge over the river, and from there, from that point, it starts to climb, 1 kilometer climb to the finishing area, to Sigulda downtown. So the riders will go into the hill with a good pace, and definitely at the end of the stage, in the finish, they will go with a very high pace, and that's why David van der Poel from Alpes in the Königs said in his interview that he probably thinks that they will have a bunch sprint at the end of the stage, and because the hill is hard, but it's not as long, so a lot of riders will be able to get over it, and of course, if they go into the climb with a very high pace, 50 plus kilometers per hour, the first few hundred meters you won't even feel the climb, because you have the inertia, or like you have the pace into the climb, you just blow up there for the first few hundred meters. So they will it will make the climb a lot easier when they go into pace into the climb. If they really start looking at each other from 2 kilometers out, nobody wants to take the lead, then the climb will be a lot harder. If they will go 30 kilometers per hour into the climb, that will make the climb 10 seconds longer for the riders, and 10-second effort, 10-second plus effort is definitely a lot harder for the guys. But a nice breakaway again, trying to get over, trying to get a little gap between themselves and the peloton. It just never stops in this race. You have the attacks from everywhere. Yesterday we had 130 kilometers of attacking, like every kilometer a new attack, and then eventually 60-70 kilometers per from the finish, eventually a breakaway of 15 riders went away. But that was after 130 kilometers of racing. Today it's only the riders have raced 50 kilometers, so there is quite of time if we take the yesterday's scenario and put it into effect in today's race. But here we have, I talked about this really fast descent down to the valley. When they are at the bottom of the valley, then it's approximately a little less than a kilometer to the start of the climb, and from there it's a kilometer to the top of the climb. So now it's a very good place to be, like 30-40 position in the group, because in a short climb like this, a very fast climb, you can see that 76 kilometers per hour, 78 kilometers per hour. With this speed that you go into the valley, where when you are on the front of the punch, you just get mobbed from left, right. People from the back will just slide into the front of the group, and this just happens. You can see that a lot of riders who came from the back just using the slipstream, they don't have to pedal at all, and they are from the back of the bunch on the front of the bunch so easily with no power at all. So a perfect scenario if you want to go now into the attack. One rider has gone off the front, and yeah, they have this climb 3 times. This is the first passing. Last time that we will come here, they will have to finish at top of this climb, and then you won't have a similar picture like this. 110 kilometers from this point, because then it will be full gas, every man for themselves pretty much, or at least every team for themselves, to position their sprinters at the best possible scenario. Here we have a rider from Peloton, Robin Möll, off the front. He is also very good aero position on the bike. You could see his Garmin is in a very interesting position on the bike, and here we can see that little bridge over the river that marks the start of the Sigulda climb. The Kauja River, rider will go past it. A lot of nice Latvian flags here on left, right of the road. The riders will go over the bridge, and now they start this 1 kilometer climb, the Sigulda climb. Here we can see 1 kilometer, 9% average, so a proper one. We'll see how will this be raced. Hopefully they will go with gas, and you can see, yes, some riders are trying to go off the front, use this climb as a slingshot to get into the breakaway, but it's a 1 kilometer climb, so still, these guys with the training that they have, it shouldn't be a big difficulty. And of course, if you start attacking from the middle part of the bunch, it just strings out on the whole peloton strings out in 1-2 riders, so it's hard to get a gap here, but you can see at the front of the bunch that it is gapping a little bit, but nothing major yet. This is pictures from the back of the bunch. Here we have Christopher Skerping, the green jersey wearer, Juho 1. On the right here we also have Filippo 14 here from Malawi Bush Bikers. A lot of water coming down the mountain. This just shows you how much it rained yesterday, because it's still a lot of rain floods going down here, and it's already at 12 o'clock, so imagine just what would have happened if we would have had that thunderstorm in the race today. But here is pictures on the front of the climb. It's a rider from UNX, it looks to be, that has gone alone with a little cap here on the front. And now the riders have the left-hand turn, and then they will be on the finishing straight of this race. Sorry, now they don't have the finishing straight. If they have the finish, they will turn right, but now they will go onto a new lap. But here are is a group going off the front of approximately 10 riders. There's definitely 2 UNX riders. It looks to be 2 riders from Tartu 2024. 1 rider from national team Estonia. It looks to be Martin Laas is there. Also a rider from EcoFlow Kronos is there. And maybe 1 rider from this is very good, from the Tartu 2024 team. They have 3 riders there. They have the young riders classification leader Aron Aus here. They have Markus Bayer, so 2 guys who are in the general classification position. They are here, and also they had Alex Krust, rider, a Latvian rider, so his racing is on his home road. So very good move from the Tartu 2024 riders, but this is of course for Martin Laas, the controller of this bunch. He's just sitting at the back of the bunch, not doing anything, because these are 2 very good and strong riders from Tartu 2024. This is not a perfect situation for national team Estonia. I don't see the numbers of the UNX riders yet. It doesn't look to be that it is Daniel Arnes, yesterday's second man, but we'll see in a in a few minutes when we can confirm those numbers. But this is an interesting move and a very nice move from Tartu 2024. They have really gone into the attack with UNX, their development team, and if they get a nice gap, then National Team Estonia will definitely have to chase this down, because this is a dangerous move. Also, Alpes and the Königs should be worried a little bit, because they know there's a 10-man breakaway going off the front, and they don't have anybody in there. So not a nice situation for Alpes and the Königs, that they should really try to close this thing. Also, big losers again are ATT Investment. But you can see at the back of the front of the peloton that ATT Investment is putting a man on the front, that they see that this is too dangerous to just let away, because a lot of strong riders are trying to go off the front, and they have to close this as fast as possible, because the bigger the gap, the harder it will be to close it. And of course, National Team Estonia is doing a superb job, that they have Martin Laas in this group. He just controls it, you can see. Second from the back is Martin Laas, a rider whose commercial team is Astana Kazakhstan team, a World Tour team. He has had a rocky season, Martin Laas. He is still a very good sprinter, out and right. When in the bigger races, he really hasn't had a good season this year. But yeah, before joining Astana, he raced 2 years in Bora Anscra, so a lot of experience under his belt. A lot of big races has been raced by him, and also this is not his first time in the Baltic Chain Tour, so he knows himself his way around the Baltic states. He has won a few stages in the past, and of course, last year he was second in this tour, 1 second from right arm. So he always comes together in the Estonian races, or in the Baltic races in Tour of Estonia and in Baltic Chain Tour. So he is a force to be reckoned with, and it's a very good move from the Estonian national team to put him inside of this breakaway group. And of course, for him also, he hasn't confirmed his contract for next year. So a good result here, a win in the stage, or even maybe a good place in the general classification would definitely give a little bit more beef on his bones to get a contract for next year. A lot of teams have already published their new signings for 2024. Astana hasn't announced a lot of riders for next year. They have announced that they will be joined by Anton Sharmik, a young 25-year-old Danish guy who is a very good classic specialist in that team. But here you can see the composition of the group, and it shows that the graphic shows that they have Matjus Stošek from ATT Investment in this group, but I really don't believe this graphic, because I don't see Matjus Stošek here, and there isn't Matjus Stošek here. So still, as I told before, no ATT Investment is here. I hope I am not wrong, but at this moment I don't see a rider from ATT Investment in this group. So they really have to think a little bit from, they would should have a little talk with the director sportif because this isn't a good move to let off the front with no rider in here. So they should be a bit more attentive to attacks if they want a good result in this race. This isn't probably this. This group won't go away because they have Martin Laas in here because he is controlling, he isn't doing anything, and this will just break up the cooperation in this group, and it's still 104 kilometers to go. But even regarding that, it's just such a dangerous move going away that you have to be here. As a big team in this smaller race, you have to be attentive to these moves, and it wasn't a surprise that
Mr. Sansons from Latvia national team. Today we have a stage here in Latvia, your home stage, so to say. But yesterday maybe wasn't the best day for your team. What can you say for us about yesterday?
Yesterday we started all right, but we had really bad luck, especially for me. I had two times I had to stop, and the second time was in the gravel section because I had flat tire, and it was also this decisive place. So for me it was just technical difficulties, and one other teammate had technical difficulties. So it wasn't the luckiest day, but we are looking forward for today to make some difference. Okay, for GC we are a little bit down, but yes, for stage we can try.
Do you have a plan already? What are you gonna do? Who's gonna be leader for you, or how the race is gonna go?
For us, it's good that we know all the roads, so we know where it can go, and yes, we will just try to go into the breakaway, and because as I said, we are not in the GC anymore, so maybe it will be easier for us to go. But more or less, I'm a leader, but everybody in our team has a chance, because we are riding for experience. But yes, if I feel good, I will definitely try for the stage win. But yes, we will see.
You said you know all the roads, and this is advantage for you. Can you say some secrets for us now? It's gonna be aired during the race, so you can say it.
There's not really secrets. Maybe some parts where, okay, today is not windy, so it might also affect it might not help, but I don't know. It's similar like yesterday, up and down turns, but yeah. I have ridden here all my life, so that's why I know it. But yeah, there's no really secrets.
Best of luck for you today.
Okay, thank you.
That was Latvian national team rider Christopher Sansons, who told that a lot of bad luck from yesterday's stage, from stage one. They are not in the situation to go for the overall anymore, for the overall general classification, but they still have a chance to go for a stage win. And definitely, what would be better for the national team of Latvia to have stage win in the Baltic Chain Tour in the Latvian town of Sigulda. So they will definitely try to do a very attacking race today. They have one rider in this breakaway group here, trailing on the front from the national team is Latvia. It is Christopher Sansons who just did the interview, so he should be, on paper, he is the best rider in that young national team of Latvia. So he would definitely try to go as long as possible, as deep as possible in the race. There is also one other Latvian rider here from the Dart 2024 team, Alex Krasts, this very tall figure that just took a pull on the front and is at the back of the bunch now. So this is a proper group, and we can see at the back there was 3 riders trying to bridge the gap between the peloton and the breakaway. It looked to be again one UNOX rider there, but we don't see good pictures. We have very nice pictures of these horses at this moment, and it's they are enjoying their life at this moment. After the rain, I think with sunshine, the grass is really, it is definitely a bit better than it is on different days. So nice, nice pictures from the countryside of Latvia at this moment. But these riders are doing good cooperation. Martin Laas is not doing anything, and you can't really tell to him that you shouldn't do that, because it is good tactics from him. A lot of riders now looking back, what is the situation on the road? As you know, these riders don't have radio communication, radios in their ears, so they can only rely on what they actually see in the race. But here we can see, yes, this breakaway group has approximately almost now, I would say, a minute on the peloton, and 3 riders are chasing them. They are approximately 20 seconds, something like that, from the breakaway group. But I haven't been able to identify those 3 riders there. It looks to be that there is a rider from UNOX, and if that would be the case, then UNOX is really bossing the field, because then they would have 3 riders in front of this group. Also, Tartu 2024 has 3 riders in the front. So UNOX and Tartu are really doing a good race in this stage 2 of the tour. But yes, this is the head of the race. 99 kilometers to go now. More than 60 kilometers have already been ridden. We don't have an intermediate sprint yet. We will have it 54 kilometers to go. So there's a lot of time until that. But we will have the next Sigulda mountain passing and also in 40 kilometers. So at this moment, the profile for the stage is pretty straightforward. A lot of these good roads, little hilly, but nothing bad. So a perfect place to good cooperation in a breakaway and drive the breakaway as fast as possible. So this is a good terrain, and to go off the front to make the gap between the breakaway and the peloton as big as possible. Here we can see national team of Germany rider 123. It's Ben Felix Jokum. He is in this breakaway group, riding a good race here. A young German rider who rides from team Lotto Kernhaus, continental team, a 19-year-old rider, 19-year-olds, so a really young rider here. And 246 is Sondre Weiset from NCF region, so a Norwegian rider. And then also, yes, UNOX number 15, we have Mats Landbo. So these are these 3 riders that are in between the breakaway riders and between the peloton. So one rider from NCF region, so Sondre Weiset, one from a national team of Germany, Jokum Ben Felix, and also a rider from UNOX, their development team, Mats Landbo. So this is very good, a very good situation for the breakaway group. Here we can see the peloton, but the peloton looks to be, it is a bit smaller. This isn't the full peloton. Yeah, there is a big gap between the peloton, so it is strung out. They are really trying to catch this breakaway group, and this will make some of the riders' life a bit difficult. You have Maloja push bikers on the front of the group, also a rider from Alpes in the Königs there, national team of Estonia rider also going on the front. So a lot of teams are interested in bringing this group back. Martin Laas is talking to the commissaries about the probably about the gap of the peloton, of the breakaway and the peloton, and here is those 3 men that are between two groups. But UNOX, their development team, is really putting the base on in this breakaway group. Of course, these 2 guys don't know that they have a teammate coming in the middle part. If they would know that, I think they wouldn't go this fast, because the calculation, it's hard to do this calculation on the road, but it depends what is the difference between the breakaway, those 3 riders, and the peloton. Is it maybe smarter to wait for those 3 guys, that you would have a little bit more firepower in the breakaway, or is it just is it pointless because then you would lose so much time for waiting them? But if we don't have the exact time gaps at this moment, then it's definitely hard to say that a lot of riders already are trying to signal the commissaries for drinks, for bottles. Now Martin Laas is getting a bottle from the neutral service car, sponsored by Hawaii Express, a big cycling store in the Baltic states. But the team cars are not yet let into the gap, but now we can see a few team cars passing the peloton. UNOX, their development team, is now trying to pass the peloton. He will definitely, that Director Sportive has a interesting decision now to make. Should you call off? Yes, because the gap between the peloton and the 3 riders here, it is so small that I would say the one rider, number 15, Mats Landpro, do you just go and just wait for the peloton, because you won't, you aren't catching the breakaway, and a lot of guys in front of the peloton is they are trailing the pace, so there is no point of being in the no man's land for the next kilometer. So just wait up and try to recover in the peloton and see if you have a chance to go again in the attack in the latter parts of the stage. And this is just what those 3 guys are doing. UNOX, their development team rider, and Germany national team rider, and also a rider from NCF region SOR is now being caught. So the situation on the road is that we have this breakaway group of 12, approximately 12 riders is off the front, and then we have the peloton trailing them. It's 94.6 kilometers to go. In the race, in the breakaway, we have 2 riders from UNOX, their development team, 3 riders for Tartu 2024. Those are the main guys there, and also a rider from national team Estonia is controlling that. He's not doing anything there, and it is just Martin Laas there, a rider for Astana cycling team, representing national team Estonian colors here. But this is the peloton that you have on the screen at this moment, and this is controlled, this is actually not controlled but driven by a few teams that have missed this breakaway. So it is Maloja push bikers, they have a man on the front there, also Alpes in the Königs as a man on the front, and national team Estonia is also trying to bring in this breakaway group, because the breakaway group has 2 riders that are really high in the general classification, and they are both from Tartu 2024. So also, yes, number 13 is Martin Hansen here, Unix. He is a bit superstitious because he has his number 13 turned upside down. It's a usual thing to do for riders because they, it's. It could be bad luck, but it's maybe for a few riders it's just to be a bit more like stand out in the group. And of course we have his teammate Daniel Arnes here, second place in the GC, really putting the pace on the front of this breakaway. So for national team Estonia, this isn't a good move because there are 3 riders that are really high up in the general classification going off the front, and the gap between this breakaway and the peloton is now confirmed at more than 1 minute and 30 seconds. So this is game on, I would say. A very smart move from the Tartu 2024 guys. I think still it is a bit too hard for that group to go away because there is pretty much 3 big teams that are trying to bring this back. So you can see, yes, at the front of the peloton, Alpecin is here, Maloja Bushbikers is here, and also national team Estonia have put 2 riders and bringing this gap down. So if they would have had that breakaway group, a rider from Maloja Pushbikers or a rider from Alpecin also in there, then I think they would have a really good chance to go off the front. But at this moment, it looks to be advantage peloton. But still, we have 93 kilometers to go, and it's too early to call, but it is a very cool move from Unix, their development team, and also from Tartu boys. So we'll see how this goes, but this will definitely be a very interesting next 20-30 kilometers. Will the peloton keep this breakaway group in control, or if the gap will go over 2 minutes, then I would start to really worry in this in the peloton of the situation. Here we have Edo Goldstein from EcoFlow Kronos team having a new bidon and a little chat with his team manager, a young rider from Israel, a 23-year-old rider. He raced in the Israeli Cycling Academy for 3 years in the Continental team, and now he has, of course, he likes good terrain, good lumpy terrain, and here we have the head of the race, Martin Lass, Daniel Arnes, Martin Hansen, Aron Aus, Alex Krast, Mark Spire, and it still shows that Matthew Stoshek is here. This graphic still is it is wrong because we don't have Matthew Stoshek here, number 35. We have Marcus Spire is 25. So. Don't look at that graphic. There is no Matthew Stoshek there, no ATT investment. So they don't have a man in there, and as you can see, they are really playing poker because they don't have a man in the breakaway, and they are not doing anything on the front of the peloton. So because they don't, they have a man in the possibility to go for a high place in the general classification of Mikkel Reim, but actually they are not in the pointy end of the general classification fight. So they are playing poker that just let these 5 teams fight themselves for the next 90 kilometers, and then we will try to steal it on the finish. So it is a bit it's good tactics, but it just might like turn against them. We'll see what happens. They are keeping their powder dry, but if we take from last year, ATT Investment, they really attacked this tour from the start, and they went away with third place in the general classification with Mika Hemming, a German guy. But now we have Henrik Punso on the right.
Greetings from the race. I was just watching Sigulda mountain myself. It was a real damage done there, and now I can see that there is the Koenig Quickstep who is in the most trouble. They have many guys here in front of the peloton working. Weather is still great, the wind is not big factor still, I would say, and nothing else to report from the route right now. Thank you very much.
And that was Henrik Punso from the road of Sigulda. That the situation, he just confirmed also that the, as you can see on the screen, Alpes and the Koenigs guys are the most worried about this situation, and they have really put a lot of riders on the front of the peloton and trying to bring this gap back with the breakaway group. It is hovering around a minute and 30 seconds at this moment. But also they are being helped by the national team of Estonia with also Maloja pushbikers, and there was a lot of white jerseys also on the front. From it looked to be from the German national team. They haven't really been that active here. They missed the move of this breakaway. They had a rider in a three-man chasing group who tried to bridge the gap, but they weren't able to do that. And they had Jokum, Ben Felix Jokum in there, a young guy. But now they have really went to the front of the peloton to try to bring it back. So I think they are feeling good about their chances today. They didn't have something spectacular yesterday. Here on the screen we have Christer Ranssons, who had technical issues yesterday, but now today he wants to make amends of yesterday's stage and try to bring some glory to his home country. He is racing on home roads. Here we have Markus Bayer yesterday, a nice attack for him, but eventually just finished 7th in the stage. But still has a good chance to go for the overall classification, especially in this group of riders, where he has also two teammates with him. Number 25 is Alex. They have Alex Krasts here, and they also had Aaron Aus here from Dart to 2024. That is the home, one of the home favorites from Latvia, Alex Krasts, number 24, keeping good pace on this group. This is Christer Ranssons riding a nice trek. 65 is Matuszewicz from Kaunas cycling team, and 155 is Wessel Mori from Scorpions cycling team. Yeah, this is Ranssons riding a track bike. Of course, a few the best Latvian cyclists are racing with Little Trek in the World Tour team. It is Toms Squinch and Emils Liepins. So they are definitely big. Big examples for young Latvian riders where to strive, what to do to be a good, big professional cyclist. So, and they are definitely being helped by young riders for all of the like smaller countries. They're professional riders because they don't have a lot of professional riders are being like mentors for young cyclists. They help them to get contracts, they help them to get equipment and so on. So, and I know in Latvia the situation between those riders is very nice, but a commercial here. And we are back from a quick commercial break. Still racing Baltic Chain Tour 2023, stage 2, from Sigulda to Sigulda. So a few longer laps around a nice Latvian countryside near Sigulda city. Sigulda is located in near Gauja Valley, and yes, it is regarded one of the most beautiful Latvian towns because it is in such a nice place, and it's top of a hill, so very nice scenic views from the city center and from that hill. And it has a lot of fun activities for all ages, extreme activities and unique objects and so on. So definitely a place to visit if you would be visiting Latvia. You are watching a cycling race, but you can get some good recommendations for a travel advice in the Baltic states, and I can assure you that Sigulda is beautiful, good cuisine, really lovely people, very friendly, and yes, as you can see, a lot of countryside, a lot of green nature, a lot of untouched nature, so a nice private place to visit, and it's never too crowded. So if you're fed up about big masses of people, then the Baltic states is a perfect place to come and take some time off, enjoy the countryside, enjoy some longer walks, hikes here, or even maybe why not a bike ride near Sigulda town. But yeah, we had a commercial break with our good sponsors that make this race happen. This is a UCI Europe Tour race, but every race needs sponsors to keep going, to give the best support for the riders, to have a race that is well protected, well well organized, and we have Solar Wheel, Skoda, our two biggest partners of this race. And of course, Volta's company is a big sponsor for this race as well, and all of the municipalities that we go through in this 3 days from Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. They are of course all supporting this race, and they even have a little fight between themselves, or municipalities have to get the race to their hometown, because of course it brings like more than 100 people are accommodating in a town, and for a small town like Sigulda, it is a big group of people, and it brings in definitely nice revenues, and this is so important for everybody to support these small towns that support nice sporting events, nice cycling events that we have as the Baltic Chain Tour. So big thanks to all of the municipalities here. But the situation on the road still hasn't changed a lot. It has changed in a way that the peloton has upped their pace, and the gap between the peloton and the breakaway group is going down. So it is now 1 minute and 12 seconds. There is also, you can see that the Berthold rod team is on the front, going with pace here, trying to catch the breakaway. It is a bit weird because why are they chasing this breakaway group? They shouldn't be do this, or they are not forced to do this. So, but they have put one man in front of the peloton to keep the gap small. But of course, the main force, you can see that it lays down on Alpes-Königs development team and also the national team of Estonia. So the rider for the general classification leader, right arms team, national team Estonia, has put 3 riders on the front of the peloton to keep the situation in control. It is Romet Pajor here, Norman Vahtra, and also Gleb Karpenko. But the third man in the general classification, so Henry Ulik's team, Alpes-Königs, they have put the whole team is now, it looks to be on the front. They are getting pedons here. Very good senior there, very fast hands for him. He had 3 riders coming in getting pedons, and he was able to give to all of those 3 riders a new bottle. So nice job from the staff of the Alpes-Königs riders. Here we have Martin Hansen, 75th in general classification, riding for UNX, their development team. 3 minutes drift after yesterday's stage, number 13. But he is definitely here in the support of his teammate Daniel Arnes, who is second in the general classification. So he is not thinking really about his own chances today, but he is thinking about his teammate chances. So he might just probably at some point in the latter parts of the stage just ride his cut out for the support of his teammate, to just sacrifice himself for this big man, for number 12, Daniel Arnes, who is second in the general classification. But at this point, they just have to have a good cooperation inside of the front group as possible. to get them as deep into the race as they can with a bigger group, because with a bigger group it's so much easier to hold a high pace, and they have really managed it well, because the gap still is more than a minute between this peloton and the breakaway riders. So yeah, I think the next 20 kilometers is very crucial, because if they still, we have the second passing of the Sigulda hill in approximately 20 kilometers time, so like 50 kilometers to go. We have the second passing of the Sigulda hill, and if these riders still have approximately a minute there, then they have a good possibility to go, to really have a chance to go in the fight for the stage in this stage 2 of the Baltic Chain Tour, because definitely when we will go second time over the Sigulda mountain, there will be some attacks from the peloton, and that will disrupt the peloton there also. They will have some sore legs that have worked for a long time in front of the peloton will go out the back, and some riders will try to go off the front, and they are probably controlled by UNOX riders and also Tartu 24 riders. So the Sigulda mountain will probably help more the breakaway than it will help the peloton. Of course, if there would be some 1-2 riders that can hold a very high pace for the whole mountain, that there won't be any attacks, that after the mountain we again regroup and try to hold the high pace, then it's advantage peloton. But at this moment a very good cooperation between the breakaway riders, and they are really putting the hurt on the peloton, because 1 minute cap with the strong breakaway like that, that is dangerous. Of course, if we would take a World Tour ride or a big ride, then you would say 76 kilometers to go, 1 minute cap. Well, it's definitely the peloton's win, but in a smaller race like here, smaller teams, we have had a very hard day yesterday and a very strong breakaway here, more than 10 riders. This makes it more interesting, that it isn't as straightforward than it would be in a like a bigger race. So you can see that the gap isn't going down quickly. It's hovering around 1 minute and 5 seconds, jumping up and down 1 minute and 8 seconds at this moment. But the Estonian national team is now really going good on the front. You have Artyom Köster here, a rider who last year still raced for.
With Markus Pajur from Tartu 2024 team. Yesterday was quite successful day for you and your team. You were represented in many breaks. Also in the end, you were 2 guys there in a big break. You were 7th. On the first stage, but you weren't very happy with your result. You were quite angry about the stage. Tell me what was in your head yesterday after the stage.
Yeah, I was quite disappointed. I think we had the chance to win. Now we have a bit of a gap in GC, but yeah, it is what it is. We have to do some corrections today.
What is the plan for today?
Well, we have to see how the race goes. It depends on that, but I think it will be a hard day.
The stage today is probably the most suitable for you with the climb. What are your personal ambitions for today?
Yeah, I'm still going for the stage win, and I think this is the day where you can make changes in GC. So we are planning to do a hard race for him.
Are you gonna be the leader, or you're gonna divide the leadership among riders?
We have 2 cards to play, so I think that's a good situation. And yeah, it's always better to have 2 guys that can ride for GC than 1. So yeah, that's pretty good.
Okay, I wish you best of luck.
Thank you.
That was Marcus Pyer, who is on the screen at this moment. Also number 25 from Tartu 2024. Bit disappointed yesterday about the 7th place. He just missed the right arm attack by a few seconds pretty much, and then he attacked alone, but he wasn't able to bridge that gap, and he was caught by his breakaway companions just from the line. His teammate Aronaus was 4th on the stage. That was definitely not the result that they were looking at, but he was very diplomatic in his interview about the day, but he said that they will make the race as hard as possible for everybody, and you can see that the plan to go off the front on the first time over Sigulda was definitely planned, and that's why they have 3 riders in the front. I'm a bit intrigued about their tactics that they have. Yeah, as Marcus told, they have 2 cards to play in the general classification. They have Marcus Pyer and also Aaron Aus, both in striking distance of right arm in the general classification. But this moment, if they have 2 cards to play, they have put both cards in the breakaway. So that is a bit interesting, I would say. I would have said that we put 1 rider in the attack with a teammate or 2 teammates, and the other rider will be in the peloton. So you would have 2 cards to play, like, either way. So, but at this moment, it is all in for the breakaway. So if this breakaway fails, Marcus and Aaron have both really sacrificed a lot of their resources in this breakaway, but the other favorites have enjoyed quite easy ride in the slipstream of this peloton when their teammates have done the biggest amount of work. So it is a ballsy move from Tartu 2024, but maybe, of course, it turns out great for them. But it depends a little bit now how the second passing of the Sigulda mountain is being raced. Will they go full gas here in the peloton, and how many riders will still be in the breakaway group after that Sigulda mountain in front of the race? Here we have Krister Ansons talking with Martin Laas, Estonian and Latvian. The Martin Laas is not doing anything here in the breakaway because he has a general classification leader at the back of the peloton. He doesn't have to do anything here, but it looks to be that Krister Ansons doesn't want to do a lot also, because he doesn't have a general classification possibility anymore after yesterday. He told in the interview that he is only going for the stage win, and to go for the stage win, maybe at this point you have to try to save energy. Do you have the chance to go for this stage? Not just focus on getting the gap as big as possible. 2 riders or 3 riders are really focusing on that, and there's the UNX rider Daniel Arnes and also Marcus Pyer and Aronaus from Tartu 2024. They are really focusing on getting the gap as big as possible. The gap is holding still. With 1 minute and 10 seconds, 1 minute 12 now in the race. So it is holding still for the breakaway, but the front of the peloton, it looks really controlled at this moment. by Alpecin Königs riders and also national team Estonia riders. They are committing to this chase, and they are committing their riders to sacrifice themselves of keeping this breakaway in bay, that it won't, that the gap won't go big, and their leaders would have a chance to go for the stage win and also for the general classification at the end of this stage. This again pictures to the front of the stage: Christer Ansons, Martin Laas, Aron Aus. This was Mats Landbo, 65. We have Matjuszkiewicz, 101. We have Felix Hamel. Yes, the EcoFlow Kronos team, Felix Hamel and Edo Goldstein. That is a good situation for them, that they have two riders here. Edo Goldstein is a nice smaller rider, so he really likes some lumpy terrain. He was the mountains classification winner in the Tour of Alsace in France. But and last year in the U23 Lombardia he was 15th, so a very good rider on bigger hills, but definitely this profile isn't very suiting him. Like a few hundred kilometers on pretty flat terrain with big power is probably not his favorite terrain, but he has to manage at some point, and he was one of those first riders who went on the attack on the Sigulda climb, so probably will try to do something very similar this time in the race. Now we see that the leading group is again very near Sigulda. They are approaching the finish and start area again, so we'll see. Will we have some more attacks here or not on the second intermediate sprint and the second passing of the Sigulda mountain? But the EcoFlow Chronos have one rider extra in this breakaway group, and it's Felix Hamel from Canada, a 19-year-old rider from Canada. This is his first continental team, and he has had a very good like packed racing this year in France and in Poland, and also in his home country Canada. He had a very proper rides in the junior ranks last year, so he should have a pretty good form at the end of the this season. Well, let's see. He hasn't had a good result this year yet. 5th place in the national championships was maybe the highlight for him this year. So he is really searching for one good result in his first year as an elite rider. So this Baltic Chain Tour would be one of the last chances in this season to get this result. So Felix Hamel and Goldstein, I think they will have, if they have something in the legs at the end of the stage, they will definitely try to attack the other riders to get a result for them. But yeah, 66 kilometers still to go. Situation on the road still minute and 10 seconds for the breakaway. We have in 10 kilometers time we will have the second intermediate sprint in Sigulda. The riders just entered Sigulda, so second time and this intermediate sprint the second time is on top of the Sigulda hill. So at the front of the race, it should be two riders who are very interested in going for the intermediate sprint. And it should be Daniel Arnes from UNOX and also Markus Pajor from Tartu 24 team. Because they have the most to gain from there, to get seconds, that is so important for them, and also to get bonus points in the most active rider classification. Norman Wastra, who is on the front of this race at this moment, in front of the peloton, he won the first intermediate sprint today, and he is now the virtual leader in that standing with 6 points in front of Henry Hulik, who now has 5 points, and then Filippo 14, who has 4 points. But if Daniel Arnes could win this intermediate sprint, then he would have also 4 points, and then he would have a good chance to go for that classification. But of course, for him, it is more important to have bonus seconds. He's 8 seconds trailing right arm in the general classification, so 3 seconds would put him 5 seconds from right arm. So this is a good possibility. Even if this breakaway group doesn't go away, if Daniel Arnes could win two of those intermediate sprints, then he would be 2 seconds from right arm, and then you just 2 seconds you could find from any place you want. So at the end of today's stage, if it's on Sigulda Hill, there will definitely be a little caps there. So Daniel Arnes just has to try to really motivate all of his breakaway companions here. You can see he just did a pull on the front. He's doing a lot of work here. I would even say a bit too much to my liking. He shows everybody that he is the strongest here, but it might just not be ideal for him at the end of the stage, because the peloton is being controlled by National Team Estonia and Alpecin guys. So if you do too much here, then you won't have anything in the legs for the last push of the stage. You should put your teammate that we just had on the screen, 13, Martin Hansen, to work on the front of that breakaway group. But maybe Daniel Arnes is still, well, if we looked at yesterday's stage, I think he was probably the strongest rider in the race yesterday, because he just only, he finished second yesterday, but he did so many attacks from the start of the race. And also, he wasn't in the original big breakaway. He bridged with 5 riders to that group, and he did the majority of work there also. So he is in top form, but here we have a little commercial break. Oh, we are back, and that was a very sketchy left-hand turn. That car was in a very bad situation there. Hopefully everybody gets past him. That wasn't nice to see. Oh, that was a scary moment for me, but everybody stayed upright, so that's the most important thing. But that car shouldn't be in that place. But you can see on the graphic. 6.9 kilometers to go to the intermediate sprint, and at the front of the peloton it is Norman Vahtra from Estonian national team, a rider riding for Sport Lille Metropole Continental team. He is really pushing the pace. He is one of the main motors here, going to try to bring back the breakaway group. He's doing a lot of work, but the gap is still not going down, so it's still 1 minute and 13 seconds. Here we have this breakaway group going down Sigulda mountain. They are going down the way that they came up last time, so they have it in reverse at this moment. The intermediate sprint is in approximately 5 kilometers time. So last time they came up this way, and now they're going down this way. And the last time they will again come in the right direction. So the same direction that they came up the first time. So that was a bit of a sketchy descent, because there were, as you could see, a lot of rain, a lot of wet on the descent. Hopefully in the main group everybody will stay upright. These are all professionals. Hopefully nobody will take too much risks here. Alpes in the Königs is bringing guys down with also national team Estonian rider Romet Bajor here, 75 kilometers an hour it showed at some point. Yeah, hope nobody overcooks these corners here. It's not very technical, but yeah, two corners with a little bit of rain on the surface. Everybody is taking this left-hand turn really nice and smooth. Nobody's taking unnecessary risks that you need to take 58 kilometers from the finish line. But yeah, 116 the gap, 120 now the gap, and it looks to be a little bit advantage breakaway already, because they are really doing a good race here on the front of this Baltic Chain Tour 2023. This is the front of the peloton. Still Alpecin and national team Estonia trailing it on the front. A few riders just lost some wheels in this descent. Definitely, as you could tell from yesterday and from the fast start from today also, there are a few sore legs. Because as I told yesterday, there's a lot of different riders in this race, a lot of young riders here, and a lot of riders who are in their 30s that just weren't didn't make the cut to the highest level, and that now they are racing bikes, not like professionally fully, but more to their just liking. So the difference between levels is pretty big in this race. But everybody tries to give the best that they have and bring their best form here to this Baltic Chain Tour. This is the back of the peloton. It looks to be grouping a little bit. They aren't going with a very fast pace, and this is advantage leading group, advantage breakaway. The breakaway will have the intermediate sprint in 2 kilometers time, even a little bit less. Hopefully we will get the pictures to the head of the race soon. And definitely Daniel Arnes from UNOX, their development has the most to win from the intermediate sprint. 3 seconds for him would push him 5 seconds clear from 5 seconds from right arm, so this is really needed for him. And the gap between the breakaway and the peloton is now almost 1 minute and 30 seconds again, so this is big. That breakaway group is really motoring, and that they have found a lot of common language in there. And the peloton is in difficulties because they, is it just that they don't have the legs, or is it the riders that they have put down the front aren't committed to go full gas here? One Tartu rider is there on the front for some reason. Looks to be Siim Kiskonen. They don't have to do anything. This is now we should have the intermediate sprint soon. Is Martin Laas also going to contest it? If I would be Martin Laas, I definitely would contest it, because you don't want Daniel Arnes and the Tartu boys to get just some free seconds here. You would try to get those seconds in front of them by Martin Laas, who is one of the best sprinters in this race. So we will soon see what is going to happen there. Here, nice fans with polka dot jerseys and so on, cheering on riders on the highest mountain of Latvia, the hardest mountain in Latvia, in Sigulda. So a really nice show of fans here. It looks to be that the intermediate sprint was maybe even here. I am not fully certain. Hopefully we will have some info, and hopefully we haven't missed the intermediate sprint in this race now, but we'll soon see. 55.5 kilometers still to go. The peloton has really taken the foot off the gas at the moment. Nobody is actively chasing this breakaway group. You have Maloja push bikers putting a man on the front on the right hand side now, but he is even attacking the group, and this shows that they don't have a lot of common language in this peloton. If people start attacking, this is one Estonian national team rider who is in difficulty now at the back of the field. This is not good news for national team Estonia, because when more and more riders get into difficulty, then they don't have riders to support their right arm in the pointy end of today's race. So it is not good for right arm. He needs his teammates. To recover. Maybe that hill was a bit too much for a few of those guys. But hopefully for right they will recover in the next 10 kilometers, and they still have something to give on the front of the peloton to bring this breakaway back, because this breakaway is going off the front. 1 minute 16 is still the gap. It is holding steady over a minute, so unhealthy advantage for them. 54 kilometers to go, and the pace here is 60 plus kilometers per hour. So in the peloton, they have a little downhill here. People still, this is a perfect place, 50 kilometers from the finish, to get extra beat-ons for yourself and also for your teammates. I think we just missed the intermediate sprint, or like the riders didn't miss it, but our cameras missed it. So it looks to be that the intermediate sprint was on top of that hill. We don't know who won that. Hopefully we will get the graphic soon, because I don't have that info yet. Hopefully we will have it soon. but yes, an incognito sprint in the second intermediate sprint for this breakaway riders. Yeah, we can just speculate, but we will have probably the graphic soon on our screens. We have also one extra intermediate sprint still to contest in this race, and that will come in 21.1 kilometers from the finish, so in 30 kilometers time, and that is definitely the make or break place. If at that point the gap is still 1 minute, then it is full advantage breakaway, because from there on it is full gas to the line for the breakaway group, and a gap of a minute in the last 20 kilometers to bring back in a race like this, that is not. Now we have confirmation that the second intermediate sprint was won by Markus Bayer in front of Daniel Arnes, and third place goes to Edo Goldstein. So that means we have in the most active rider classification, Daniel Arnes is now on 3 points, so not a big difference there. Markus Bayer also on 3 points, so still Norman Watford, the virtual leader there. But in this general classification, Daniel Arnes got 2 seconds, so he's 6 seconds from right arm, and Markus Bayer got 3 seconds, so he's now 21 seconds from right arm. So he shot himself to 4th place in the general classification on the same level as Christopher Skerping. So Markus Bayer is showing in the interview also, he said that this day should suit him, and I am totally agreeing that, and he's showing that that little hill really suited him, and he is now in 4th place in the general classification. So probably Tartu 2024 is the only team that has 3 riders in front of the race, in front of the breakaway. So it looks to be that Markus Bayer is the full-on leader there, that Aaron Naus is mainly going to help his teammate Markus there, and also Alex Krusts. So so it's full on for Markus Bayer here, and Markus really needs this win also. He is looking for a contract for next year with a good team, and he has to show himself in the best possibility. He is a very good sprinter and a very good rider on lumpy terrain, on short hills, and this short hill in Sigulda really suits him well. He has a good kick on him, and a win here, a stage win, and good place in the general classification will definitely raise his stock in the cycling market. So hopefully he will get a good team for next year. He raced a few years in Arkea Samsic, in a French pro-continental team. Arkea Samsic hasn't had a very good season this year, but they are boosting up their team for next year. And this is number 13. Whoa. This is cramps. Ouch. That doesn't look good. That is very bad. For Martin Hansen. Yes, this just shows that this front group has really, they have raced their guts out already, because a rider from Unix had some trouble, had some cramps already, and this is not good news for Daniel Arnes, the man on the front of this group, because he just lost his teammate here. Hopefully Martin Hansen can recover, but it looked like that his time in the breakaway group was finished because of leg cramps. And when you have had leg cramps, guys, that is not nice. That is painful. You just when you're on a bike, you can't do a lot about it. You just you're just praying that it will go away. as soon as possible. But of course, when you have cramps, it doesn't get really better until you finish the stage. It usually gets only worse. So every time you try to accelerate, the cramps come and haunt you again. So not good for Martin Hansen, number 13 from Unix, their development team. This is of course good news for all of this peloton, because the breakaway just lost a big engine there, a big helper for Daniel Arnes. So this was a big loss for the breakaway group, but we'll see. Probably we will see Martin Hansen soon getting dropped back to this peloton. Hopefully he will be able to recover a little bit, and maybe he will get some salts or magnesium from the team car. A lot of fluids in you that you can not fully recover, but still at least keep the effects of the cramps as little as possible, or that they won't recur in this stage. But the gap now up to 1 minute and 30 seconds. This is more and more. Every kilometer that the gap is more than a minute, it becomes more dangerous for the peloton, for right arm, for Alpecin guys, and also for Christopher Skerping from Kiekas If. And that's why they have also come into the front of the peloton to give a helping hand to the national team Estonia and to Alpecin. And here on the front we can see that the rider from Unix, their development team, Martin Hansen, is alone and soon being caught by the peloton. He had bad muscle cramps, and unfortunately he had to drop back from the breakaway. I think some other problems for 183. This is Munk Olsen from Aalborg, so an 8th place in the general classification, 24 seconds back. It looks to be rear wheel puncture for Munk Olsen. This is not good news for Aalborg also, and it didn't look to be a very fast wheel change. There is now a little discussion here with rider Martin Hansen with his teammates. He slots into the team order. It talks probably a little bit what is the situation on the front. His teammates showed him the thumbs up, so he has done his job in the front. Of course, he would have liked to be there for a longer time, but he did all that he had in his legs, and really it showed after those cramps. But hopefully we see that the Aalborg rider Munk Olsen, hopefully he gets back from that rear wheel puncture. It's never nice to have a rider going out of the contention because of technical problems with his bike. Here we see Martin Laas from Estonian national team. He has had a easy ride. He hasn't done anything in this breakaway group because he has the general classification leader from his team, right arm. So he has just sit on in this breakaway group, and this is definitely advantage for him. Even if this breakaway group stays in the front of the race, then he is definitely the freshest rider to go for the stage win at the end of the stage. So national team Estonia, it is not ideal for them, but it's not bad either, because they still have Martin Laas there for a very good chance to go for the stage win, and the gap isn't that big, so even definitely at the end there will be attacks from this peloton, so right arm has the possibility to still bridge across, bridge the gap to the breakaway, and at this moment we can see that the gap is really, sorry, not the gap, but the pace has gone up in the peloton. Riders have stringed out in one big line, and pretty much also in color order teams. So now it looks to be that the peloton has really put the pace on, and this should have an effect on the time gap between this peloton and the front group. It should come down now. If it isn't coming down when this peloton is strung out like this, then those guys in the front really deserve something bigger than medals, because they are really putting a hurt on everybody else with their pace, and they really have done a lot of good cooperation here. Almost every
So
rider.
we're here with Estonian national cycling team director sportif Alo Jakin. Yesterday was a successful day. Right arm took a stage victory. Everything went probably according to plan, or would you wanted to do something different yesterday?
The main goal was two guys for general, Norman Vahtra and right arm. And for sprint we were expecting to do everything for last, but yeah, things went a little bit different. One moment was start of the race was everything was okay. Norman Vahtra was in front, and that was what we planned. But the other part of the race, things changed, and we got only one guy in front. Hopefully, it was arm that was good, but for my opinion, should be more guys in front. We had only one guy, and I was a little bit worried about. But after we passed the line first time, I spoke with Arm, and he was so convinced that he will win the race, and I was surprised that he's so confident about, and he gave me also quite confidence that he can win the race, and he won it. So everything was like we planned. Finally.
So the caps in a GC are not that big. What do you think today is going to look like, and what's your tactics for today?
For sure, we're going to protect our jersey. We hope that we can control the race, and but the profile is the hardest of the three stages. So we are not taking the big risks, and we try to get some guys in front. But yeah, let's see how the race is gonna start, and on the final we do all to protect our jersey.
Best of luck for you.
Thank you.
That was Director Sportif of National Team Estonia, Alo Jakin, a former very good professional riding for different French continental teams, longest in Team Auber in France, a very successful rider in the amateur ranks there, a lot of wins and a lot of attacking, he was a very attacking rider, so he has all of the things to be a perfect director sportif, and he's doing his job well. He talked a little bit about yesterday that they would have liked to have two riders in the front at least. They only had a right arm, and he was a bit surprised about how confident the right arm was, and it really showed yesterday that he was confident in his own abilities to go for the win, and he did everything right, and And he got the win at the end of this stage 1 yesterday, so he really fully deserved that, and there wasn't any other outcome for him that he imagined, so kudos to him. It's not often that a rider is super confident that he actually then actually wins it, so really hats off to Right Ironman. Definitely he would like to defend the jersey. His teammates are doing their best at this moment to defend the jersey, but it isn't going easy at this moment because the gap is still more than 1 minute and 17, so the situation that Right Arm isn't the virtual leader at this moment. It is Daniel Arnes from UNX, their development team, who is riding his heart out in the front group of the breakaway riders, and he is accompanied by a few guys from Tartu 2024, also a few riders from EcoFlow Chronos, a rider from Scorpions Racing Team, a rider from Latvian National Cycling Team, and also a conductor of the breakaway train there who isn't doing any turns, Martin Laas from Estonian National Team. So he is doing the best tactics, just controlling it there, sitting on the back of the other riders, not contributing at all, and definitely isn't to the liking of the breakaway riders, but this is tactics of a cycling race, and it is he shouldn't do anything else. So good situation for National Team Estonia, but they still have to close the gap now between this peloton and the breakaway riders, and they are really putting their resources in here. Norman Water is on the front. We see third place Gleb Karpenko, big grimaces from him already, so he is having difficulties closing this gap. Kiekasif, Christopher Skerping's team has come to the front of the race to also help to bring this gap down. There is still one rider from Alpecin here trying to close the gap. They had at some point the whole team on the front of the race, on the front of the peloton, but now they have only one guy left here who is trying to close the gap. I don't know if they just ran out of steam, or they chose a different tactics that they won't be the biggest team to bring this back, that they will try to put more lean more on the National Team Estonia, which is understandable from their point of view, because they aren't they are only in third place in the general classification, so they don't have that much to lose at this moment. They would like to make the National Team of Estonia a bit weaker, and definitely if the National Team of Estonia lose a few riders, or they empty a few riders, then it is to the other teams' likings. But one team, I have talked about this today, is really missing. And here we can see some attacks from the front group now. Martin Laas trying to follow these moves. Riders are going off the front. Daniel Arnes, Markus Pajur. Also 101 is Felix Hamel, and 65 is from Kaunas cycling team Matuševičius. They just try to go off the front with 4 riders, but Martin Laas knows that he has to follow every attack that Markus Pajur and Daniel Arnes do, so he can't let these guys go off the front. He doesn't have to attack himself. He can attack himself in the last kilometer, but until that he just has to follow every move that these two guys do, because they are the most dangerous in the general classification, Daniel Arnes and Markus Pajur. And that is just what Martin Laas did. but you can see a lot of riders here are in difficulty. They aren't able to contribute that much anymore. So yeah, you can see that 155 Scorpions team, and then the riders from Tartu 2024 are having a little bit of difficulties, and also this rider Eda Golmstein is looks to be in a bit of a difficulty, but as I told you before, as you can look at his demeanor or his body composition, that he is more of a climber. He doesn't like this this terrain of long, straight, flat roads. He would like to go up and down the Sigulda mountain as much as possible, because then he would have a possibility against these big guys of Daniel Arnes and Martin Laas. But that is unfortunately not the case for him, so he just has to suffer as best as he can to get to the place where his capabilities are the best. So let's see how Goldstein will keep up the fight in this situation on the road. Here is again pictures to the front of the peloton. Norman Vatra from Estonian national team is doing a very good job on the front of the bunch, and he has definitely done the most of the work at the front of the bunch, and because his teammate right arm, his teammate right arm is also in the same commercial team that Norman Vatra rides. So right arm is a very good friend of Norman, and they race 365 days a year together with Wright. So it is very understandable that Norman is one of the biggest helpers for Wright in this race, because Norman knows if the situation would be reversed, that he would have won the first stage and Wright would be here, then Wright would fully ride himself also out of his skin to help Norman keep the leader's jersey. But the situation is that we will have another intermediate sprint in 13 kilometers time. So another place to get bonus seconds before the finish. And the profile for that is that after that the race will get a bit more lumpy before the last valley and before the last climb of the Sigulda mountain. So in the third intermediate sprint will be 21.1 kilometers time. So yes, 13 kilometers from this place, and it will be in Seja. It's a pretty straightforward intermediate sprint, even a little bit of a downhill before the intermediate sprint, so very fast. The second intermediate sprint was won by Markus Bayer in front of Daniel Arnes and Eda Goldstein. So definitely those two guys, Bayer and Arnes, will again try to get the best of the rest in that breakaway group, and we have still little attacks in the front of the group. So I said that a lot of guys here are going into difficulties, so they aren't. They are losing wheels here, or just Daniel Arnes and Markus Bayer is putting a lot of stress on the other riders to do more, and they want to break up this group. But now it's Martin last time to bridge the gap, and he does it very comfortably, because he is definitely the freshest guy in this group. He hasn't done anything here, so there will definitely, if this group will come to the finish line before the peloton, then Martin Laas is the favorite for the stage. Martin is a sprinter, a very good sprinter, but this hill of a 1 kilometer should really suit him because it isn't a mountain. As I say, Martin is not good on mountainous terrains, but this hill is more of a sprint than a mountain for a rider who rides in the World Tour team. But now we can see that the Markus Bayer is now trying to get away with Kaunas cycling team rider. But his teammate Aron Naus is also trying to close the gap here, and Daniel Arnes is now trying to follow that. I think now there should be a possibility for Martin Laas to close the gap, or yeah, he's just playing poker. He tries to put the other guys to work, and he is doing this perfectly. He closes a few gaps, but he doesn't close a lot of gaps. So yes, Martin Laas is doing very good, and this front group just controlling the situation here. And this is again now the first time in the last 40 kilometers the situation on the road is that the time difference between the breakaway and the peloton is less than a minute, but this shows the peloton is really strung out, and there are even gaps opening up in the peloton, so this means that they are really going full gas here. And now we have picture in picture, so a few riders trying to attack from the breakaway, and this isn't definitely good for the morale or for the situation on the road. And one rider from Tartu 2024, it was Alex Krasts, looked to be also in cramps in that front group. So it is now Tartu 2024 has only 2 riders here left here in the front group. It's Aron Naus and Markus Bayer. Both are very high up in the general classification. Aron was 4th yesterday, and Markus was 7th yesterday. So they have a good chance to go for the win in the general classification. Also, Daniel Arnes, 2nd in the general classification, is having a ball here. He is super strong. He has driven this breakaway group from the start, and he is doing a lot of big long turns on the front and really keeping the pace up in this breakaway group. And also the second strongest rider here looks to be Markus Bayer from Tartu 2024. He was really upset that he didn't have a better placing yesterday, but he just mistimed his attack a little bit. He didn't anticipate the attack of right arm from National Team Estonia, and he went on to in the pursuit of him, but wasn't just able to bring that gap down between him and right arm, and also Daniel Arnes. But here at the front of the peloton still National Team Estonia and Kiekas, if doing their fair share of the work here. So they are trying to get the gap down, but it's yeah, it has gone down under a minute, but it's still 57 seconds. So still the breakaway has a good chance to go away, because you can never know at what point the momentum in the peloton will cease to exist, because there are a lot of tired legs at the front of the peloton. So when Norman Vahtra and so on will get too tired, then there just might be a possibility for this breakaway to get their advantage bigger. Here is a replay of Alex Krasts, Latvian rider from Tartu 2024. it looks to be that he actually had technical difficulties with his bike. He was. It looked to be at first that maybe cramps, but he was hitting his rear derailleur with his leg. So there might be some kind of technical problem with him. Markus Bayer is looking through his bike computer. What is the situation with the wattage or something like that? Look to be or changing screens there. Do you have those numbers that he wants to see on the screen? So, but Markus Bayer really looks good today. He has done a lot of work here, but not as much as Daniel Arnes. I think he has ridden a bit more smart here. He hasn't strained himself a lot, so good situation for Markus, and of course for Martin Laas, a very good situation here. He's the freshest here, number 6, National Team Estonia. He yesterday he didn't contest the last sprint at all, so Martin Laas is in the general classification 3 minutes and 10 seconds back from right arm, so not a possibility to go on the podium in the general classification, but still a very good chance to win the stage. And of course for National Team Estonia, I think what would it be better to win also the second stage of this race. They won the first stage with right arm. Now we have one car still passing the peloton, trying to get to the back of the breakaway group to give still some food and drinks to riders in the breakaway. You can give food until 20 kilometers from the line, so it will end shortly. After that, it is not allowed to give food or drinks from the car to the riders. So 20 kilometers from the finish, you have to get all of your stuff with you from the car or from the side of the road, and from there on you have to manage yourself. But definitely all of these guys know how how important nutrition is, and it is actually a pretty warm day, so you have to keep your fluid level well hydrated for the whole day, because if you don't, then you might get cramps and so on. So, but here Martin Laas, Daniel Arnes, Aron Aus, Markus Bayer, Sigmantas Mandjucevičius, Felix Hamel, Edo Goldstein, Westel Maurice and Christers Ansons. That is the group of riders here. The riders are 5 kilometers away from the intermediate sprint, so the last intermediate sprint for today. From there on, it's 21 kilometers to the line, and it looks to be that it slowly but surely is going to go more the advantage of the peloton, because you see the body language in the riders here in the breakaway group that they are in difficulties. A lot of riders have really spent their legs here racing full gas for the last 40-50 kilometers here. So they aren't. Here is the front of the peloton, and the gap is slowly but surely coming down. So 50 seconds. So it looks to be that the situation will. That the peloton will catch the breakaway group before the finish line, but it's going to be to be continued to see will we have more attacks from the breakaway group. I think when the gap will go down to 30 seconds and so on, then we will have attacks from the breakaway group to make it smaller, 3-4 riders going away. And then they will commit fully, because in a 10-rider group you aren't committing full. You are keeping something back. Always you're keeping something back not strain yourself as much as possible, to lean a little bit on others. But yeah, if it will go after the intermediate sprint, if it will go down to 30 seconds, then we will see attacks from the front of the group. And here we can see how big of a problem this is for a few riders now. 101 is Felix Hamel, the young Canadian guy. He is having difficulties following wheels in this breakaway group. They haven't had an easy day on the bike, so they are trying to keep the pace, but it's still his teammate 103 Goldstein is looking back. Is my teammate still there? Yes, he is, but barely. He's searching his pockets to get some extra food into him. Maybe that will help to keep the pace up, but yeah, now the gap is like every meter the gap is coming down. It's already 38 seconds, so advantage Peloton. The front group is now only 3 kilometers from the intermediate sprint. There is a last push for this national team Estonia guys. 4 guys on the front here: Norman Vahtra, Roman Pajur, Gleb Karpenko, Artyom Köster, all putting all of their forces in to get this breakaway back. For right arm, the general classification leader, that he would have a chance to protect his yellow jersey and go for the stage win also for the day. I think this finish really suits right arm. He showed yesterday that he is in good form. He has a good kick on him. He's a good sprinter, but he likes this lumpy stuff. These lumpy hills is his speciality. He has done some good races also in France lately. So he won a race in France just. So he is in superb condition this year. He just won Grand Prix de l'Île de Bernchy 1.2 one-day race in France just a few weeks ago at the end of July. So he is in good form. And this is the intermediate sprint. Markus Bayer is winning this in front of Goldstein. Markus Bayer really did well here, and it was Daniel Arner's third. So in this situation we have now that in the most active rider classification now we have Norma Vahtra and also Markus Bayer. Both of them are on 6 points here. They're leading it. I don't actually know who will have the jersey for tomorrow, because they have the same amount of points here. I think it's it's difficult to say. I think it's the one who is who was in the last in the finish. Who is in the finish, who is better in the finish, he will get the jersey for tomorrow. So Markus Bayer or Norman Vahtra will wear the jersey for tomorrow, but it's all up for grabs in the stage 3 of this race. And in the general classification now, Markus Bayer got 3 more seconds, so he is now in the general classification 18 seconds back from right arm, so he's in 4th place in the general classification, but that is definitely not his goal. He wants to win the general classification, so he got those seconds, but now you can see that the breakaway group is soon it's going to be get caught because this peloton is really driving on, and I think now it is a smart think for that breakaway group to maybe wait even for this peloton, because they are going full gas and there isn't a lot of fresh legs in the front of the breakaway to cooperation with. So if you don't have like superb legs and you don't want to go solo the last 19 kilometers, it is better maybe to wait for this group and try to recover as much as possible for the last hill that we have in Sigulda, the mountainous finish, as you can say, for Latvian terrain. So, but here in the punch, even the pace is that high that guys are losing wheels here. This is hard for everybody because it has been still a very hard race because of that very strong breakaway group that you can see on the front. They are all grouped on the road. They don't have a big advantage anymore. Approximately only 20 seconds, maybe even less. But there was a few attacks from there. I could see a white jersey rider, maybe Aro now. It is Scorpions 155. It's Vessel Marie, a Dutch guy, going off the front alone. Marcus Bayer is in the pursuit of him, and also it is Matuševičius from Kaunas cycling team with Marcus Bayer trying to catch the Scorpion rider, and also Martin Laas now. Martin Laas is trying to get back to Marcus Bayer. He has to do this because it's so important for his national team Estonia team to get back on Marcus Bayer and on Matuševičius, because when he would get on the back foot of those riders, then he wouldn't do anything, and that would be really beneficial for his team. But now we can see, no, Martin Laas isn't doing work with Daniel Arnes, because Daniel Arnes is second in the general classification, and it is too dangerous to work together with him. So now we have three riders on the front of the race. Marcus Bayer, who is the best placed in the general classification. Then we have Matuševičius from Kaunas cycling team, and also 155. We have Vessel Marie. So a strong three-man breakaway group. Now off the front, there is still Daniel Arnes and Martin Laas are trailing between these three riders and the peloton. But this is interesting now, because these three riders have been on the front the whole day. So logically, they wouldn't have a lot of power left in their legs, but maybe they can still pull something nice off. It's 17 kilometers to go with three men. This is possible, but this is hard. This is very hard. There are a lot of tired legs definitely in the peloton also, and not a lot of communication between here. Martin Laas definitely will tell now to the national team of Estonia teammates that it is Marcus Bayer still off the front with two other guys, so he is the most dangerous guy in the general classification. And we have Henrik Punso on the road.
So I'm in front of the breakaway here, which is soon gonna be catched by the peloton, maybe. Anyways, I've been having a very good view for last two intermediate sprints, and let's say Marcus Bayer has been completely dominating them, and I think I would be worried if I would have been other guys, because Marcus is really motivated today, and right now also he's giving his best behind me. So yeah, the finish is gonna be super exciting. Let's see what happens. Thank you.
Thank you, Henrik, and very good insight from the front of the race, that Marcus Bayer has superb legs today, and we saw that also yesterday. He's really in good form, and I think even if he would have waited for the finish line, he would have been one of the definitely favorites for this stage today. but he chose a different tactic, a tactic to go on the attack pretty early, and now he is doing this with two other guys, with Maduševičius and also Vessel Mori. So they have a good chance, but it is very difficult for them because you see that they aren't, they don't have a very big gap in front of the peloton. It is interesting because Vessel Mori from the Scorpions cycling team, he was second to last yesterday. He lost 15 minutes, but now he's off the front in stage 2 with Marcus Bayer and driving the pace here. So yeah, he really turned something around this night. I don't know if it was intentional or he just had maybe some kind of real technical problems yesterday because he lost time. Because if you look at his power today, he isn't the guy that should have lost 15 minutes yesterday. So Vessel Mori is doing a very good race today. And Maduševičius was yesterday in the peloton, but they have a pretty handy gap here. I don't have the graphics yet, but I will try to take it manually at some point. So these riders are really giving them all. And if you have a 3-rider group here, and the last replay, we have a little crash here. 143 Karl Anberg from Svealand. It looked to be, maybe it was Svealand, but some guy just was off the road there, but it looked to be that he wasn't actually damaged or injured at all. So hopefully he will get back to the peloton and still have a chance to go for a good result at the end of this stage. But yeah, just the road was a bit too narrow for those guys in the peloton. Here you can, Marcus Bayer is he's giving his all here. But the gap is good. The gap is more than 20 seconds. This is a healthy advantage. It's not safe, but it's possible. And here is the confirmation. Marcus Bayer from Tartu 2024, Sigmantas Maduševičius from Kaunas cycling team, and Vessel Mori from Scorpions racing team. So 3 guys off the front, 13 kilometers to go. The gap between these three guys in the peloton is a little over 20 seconds. A little replay again from the back of the bunch. What do we see here? We see cool cars there, and at the back of the peloton, yeah, you can see that the pace is on, but it's not full on. It's still this is touch and go, I think, because if we took the last part of the stage from, well, we have that 1 kilometer climb before the finish, but before that we have a long descent from like 6 kilometers onwards. So that is a descent where the peloton won't gain a lot of time on these 3 guys, and 3 guys can really like recover a little bit. So this is this is a really touch and go for the peloton, and of course this isn't very ideal at this moment for the breakaway because the group can see them. This is a long straight road. It would be so much better, like mentally, if the peloton won't see this breakaway group, because it is so easier to try to catch something that you know where it is, that you know the gap, then you can see that it is it is shortening, or it is the thing that you want to catch, that it is coming closer. But if you don't see it, then it's mentally harder because you don't know what you're searching for, or what are you chasing for. So this road isn't ideal for the breakaway group, but it should turn soon, a little bit more to the left, and then the last part of the before the finish, it is a downhill area where it is fully protected from with the forest, so that would be ideal for this 3-man breakaway group. But they are really working well together. You could see that Markus Bayer is doing a little bit more longer turns on the front, but the other two guys aren't as lagging at all here, and they are keeping a good gap. It's still around 20 seconds. It hasn't gone up, but it hasn't gone down also. We can see at the front of the peloton now, it looks to be national team Estonia rider Martin Laas on the front, really giving his all. A big turn on the front from him, because he is pretty fresh. He got a nice easy ride in the breakaway group, but a lot of right arms teammates have already spent themselves in front of the peloton. So yeah, Norman Water did a lot of pulling, also Kleb Karpenko, also Romet Pajur, and Artyom Kester was also in support. So right arm pretty much now, from here on, he doesn't have any teammates left. It's a difficult situation for him, and he has to lean a little bit on other teams. We'll see if Alpes in the Königs is gathered themselves again, and also what is done by ATT Investment, because they haven't done a lot in this stage, but they, on paper, they should do a lot. I think they have a good chance to go for the win with Maciej Stosek on the climb, or even Mikkel Reim, the rider that they have in the best possible situation for the general classification, though. So they should attack a little bit before the finish line. But here, a slight uphill drag, and this just feels, this is hard. This is a very hard place mentally and physically for these three riders. A small uphill drag where you put your power in, but the pace isn't that high, so it's just, you just are suffering. You're doing your turn, you're sliding your elbow out to show the other rider that now please come through, and then you sprint to the back of the wheel. This is yeah, these three guys aren't giving or aren't holding anything back. They are now working as a 3-man team time trial, and they are really doing a good job in it. I am really impressed about these guys. I thought that their legs were totally out, but they are doing a really good job here. Three guys on the front of the race, riding their hearts out for a chance to go for the stage win, and for Markus Bayer for a chance to go well in the general classification. For him, even, I think he would be happy if he would be second in the stage, but to gain 15 seconds in the general classification and shoot up to the top 3 spots in the general classification. So Markus Bayer just has to try to keep those 2 guys working to have a chance in the general classification. But yeah, 8.6 kilometers still to go. A little descent now, they can recover. But yeah, this is really touch and go. The 1 kilometer climb before the finish, the 3 riders do have a chance there to actually have a possibility to go for the win. I think they should need at least 15 seconds on the little bridge before the climb. If they won't have 15 seconds before that, then they probably won't have a chance to go for the win, because there are a lot of tired legs in the peloton, but there are a lot of fresh legs also in there that haven't done a lot from teams that haven't chased the whole day in the peloton, and from leaders that haven't had to do a lot of riding themselves, like right arm and so on. I think it's easily they will go 10-15 seconds faster the final climb than these 3 guys that have, like, at the moment they get to the final climb, they are empty. They are fully empty. They are committing themselves fully on keeping the gap between themselves and the peloton as big as possible. So when they get to the final climb, they will be, they won't be riding on legs. They will only ride by heart. And you can see that now the number 65 from Kaunas cycling team, Matuševičius, even missed a turn here. So it is hard for Markus Bayer to bring a win from here. It is still possible, but it's more looking to be more unlikely, because as you can see in the down and the right hand corner, the shots from the front of the peloton, Norman Vahtra from Estonian national team is putting the hurt on everybody. Alpes in the Königs is helping them. Filippo 14 is there also. So it is very hard for these guys to stay off the front here. It is 18 seconds, 7.1 kilometers to go. I think they will get to the start of the climb with a little gap, but the gap will be as short that they will be absorbed on the final climb. They need more than 18 seconds, so 13 seconds now it shows. Yeah, because Alpes in the Königs now put 1 rider on the front, and he's doing a major pull there, a big pull on the front of the peloton. And Alpes in the Königs know that they have a good sprinter with Henry Hulik, who is 3rd in the general classification. He has a chance to go for the overall general classification, and Hulik, teammate, did a major pull there, and when he switched off from the front of the peloton, he was cooked. He's not coming back to the front of the peloton today. So that was a big pull, and that that took 5 seconds from the 4 seconds now from the breakaway group. So it's only 9 seconds difference between the peloton and those 3 guys off the front. Let's see. There might be a possibility, even if they would be caught before this right-hand turn, that there would be some kind of a counter-attack before the last downhill and the last hill. Two guys going off the front get a little gap before the descent, and that would be a good possibility also to surprise those guys who are only looking forward to the final climb. But yeah, 5.4 kilometers on the road. Hopefully we will get pictures back to the riders. This is a nice map, but definitely riders would be a little bit more interesting. 5 kilometers to go in this second stage of Baltic Chain Tour 2023. We are in Latvia, in Sigulda, and we have a 1 kilometer climb to the finish. Yes, a 1 kilometer climb in Latvia, in Baltic states, and it's a proper one. 1 kilometer is of 9% average gradient, so it is a hard climb, and soon, if the riders, you can see the white dot, the peloton moving towards that right corner. If they do that turn, then from there on it's downhill down to the valley and over that little river, and then we have the climb to the Sigulda city. 4.4 kilometers. Hopefully we will get back the pictures from the riders. It would be very interesting when the last we saw, it was 9 seconds between a 3-man breakaway group of Markus Bajor, Juchevicius from Kaunas cycling team, and also a rider from Scorpions racing team, Vessel Murray. They had a little gap in front of the peloton, but the peloton was really motoring on, and Alpecin de Koenig's development team riders, also with National Team Estonia and Gekasif, they were on the front of the peloton, going full gas to try to catch that breakaway group. But only 4 kilometers to go here. I am unsure what is happening on the road. Sorry about that, but we will definitely get the pictures from the road back for us. Until that, just speculate with me what is happening. I think that the 3-man breakaway group is got now, and the peloton is moving fast down towards the descent to the valley, and when we get to the valley, yes, this is now pictures to the front of the race, and we have ATT Investment full on with his team on the front of this group. It is Matthew Stoshek in third place. It looks to be Michael Reim also here. 3 kilometers to go. We don't see is the 3-man breakaway caught, but probably it is, because these guys are flying here. This is the back of the group. Here is Norman Wachtro, who has done a lot of work for his teammate. We see at the front of the peloton, we don't see a breakaway group there. It looks to be that everything is all together, and we are motoring towards our final climb of the day, our finish climb in Sigulda. It is ATT Investment, a Czech continental team that is on the front. They have really kept their powder dry, and they have kept their powder dry exactly for this moment. To put their sprint train on the front of the group to have a chance to go for the win in this final climb. It is Matthew Stoshek, Daniel Turek, Mikael Rein, all 3 guys, I think, who have a very good possibility to go for the win today. Let's see. They were in prime position when we last saw the front of the group here. It is still 1.6 kilometers to go. The riders are shortly starting this final climb. The group is together. We have now nice aerial shots. Yes, there's no breakaway at the moment. The group is all together. The group is going full gas towards the final climb. This is the river. After this bridge, it is going upwards. The road is going upwards, and the riders' power outputs and their heart rates will go upwards also. This is a nice magical 1 kilometer climb. It will hurt. These 1 kilometer climbs usually hurt a lot more than 20 kilometer climbs, because you just at the end of the climb, or like on the middle part of the climb, you just you feel the taste of blood in your mouth. You're just going full gas. We don't see the riders yet. Nice aerial shots here, but it was AT investment on the front of the group. Here we have the final turn, the right-hand turn to the finish line. Well, soon we will know what is the outcome of this stage 2 of 2023 Baltic Chain Tour in Sigulda, a mountaintop finish here. The riders should come into picture in a few seconds. It's just a matter of time. They will be sprinting out of the saddle, going full gas. Everybody's on the rivet. Well, they should be here in a second. It is really anticipating. Yes, fans are on the road. They are supporting their home riders. Maybe a Latvian rider will win today. It's unlikely. Let's see. It looks to be somebody from AT Investment, or is it Tartu 2024? Maybe Siim Kiskonen on the front. We have now. That is definitely AT Investment team. A superb right arm is there. Right arm is in 5th, 6th place on this group. National team Estonia riders going. No, this is Aalborg. Aalborg, a Danish guy, is off the front here. Or is it, sorry, it is red jersey. Henry Ulik from Alpecin Technics Quickstep is winning stage 2 of Baltic Chain Tour 2023. Aalborg is second, third goes for UNX. Matis Toshak is here. Right time is looked to be 6th or 7th with Filippo 14. Nice ride from right arm. Well, Henry Ulik got 10 seconds of bonus seconds here, and also he got a little gap, so he is very, very near in the general classification. So there might be that there is a change in the general classification, or it's 1 or 2 seconds between Henry Ulik and right arm in the general classification. We will have confirmation for that in a few moments, but one thing is sure: Alpecin Technics Quickstep, Alpecin Technics development team just won the stage 2 of Baltic Chain Tour 2023 with Henry Ulik, a German rider who was third yesterday, won today's stage with a superbly timed attack just 250-300 meters before the finish line. Here we have replay of this attack. You can see on the left, Henry Ulik went here. There was an AT boy who wanted to follow him, but it wasn't possible. This was a pure showing of strength. I looked back over the shoulder, nobody was following him. That was a nice attack from Henry Ulik, and a very convincing win for him in this stage 2 of Baltic Chain Tour 2023. Yes, Henry Ulik, winner. It was 3-4 seconds between Henry Ulik and the rider from, it looked to be from Aalborg, Sparkassen Denmark team. We will have confirmation for that. Yes, it was Henry Ulik, winner in front of Malte Hellerup from Aalborg. 2 seconds, the difference there. Mats Landpo from UNX, their development team, chose to be third. Venantas Lažinis, Lithuanian fourth. Matis Toshik from ATT fifth. That was disappointing definitely for ATT. Filippo 14 sixth and right arm 7th. So this is definitely right arm is keeping his general classification lead. it doesn't look to be that Daniel Arnes was anywhere near the front of this last finish, so he's definitely going to go back in the general classification. So Henry Huling will be now second in the general classification, 4 seconds back from right arm. So everything is going to be still played for in the last stage of the Baltic Chain Tour 2023. Still, we don't have the confirmation who will be the third guy in the general classification. I didn't see where was Christopher Skjerping. Filippo Fortin was definitely there, so there is a possibility for Filippo Fortin now to be third in the general classification. But Henry Ulik, winner of stage 2 of Baltic Chain Tour 2023 in Sigulda. That was a nice win, a very nicely timed attack at the end of the this Sigulda climb. Yes, again, nice replay from the finish line for Henry Hulik. Yes, Henry Hulik, winner of stage 2. Alborgsbakassen was second from Malte Hellerup, and third place went to Mats Landbo, number 15 from Unix development team. Yes, and Filippo Fortin here is probably going to be third in the general classification with 21 seconds adrift from right arm. So the situation in the general classification should be right arm is keeping his yellow jersey in front of Henry Ulik by 4 seconds, and then it's Filippo Fortin 21 seconds, and then Christopher Skjerping with 24-25 seconds from right arm. So it's all to play for still in the last stage of this Baltic Chain Tour. Tomorrow we will be in Lithuania. The profile will not be as hard as it was today, but still everything as you know from the start of today's stage, that at night we had a lot of rainstorms and hailstorms in Latvia. It might be the same tomorrow in Lithuania, so the weather could play effect in this race. And here we have confirmation of the general classification. Right arm is leading still the general classification by 2 seconds in front of Henry Ulik, and Filippo 14 by 20 seconds. Third place for him, Christopher Skjerping, 25 seconds. Victor Licheux, 28 seconds. David Van der Poel, 32. Marcus Beyer, who did amazing job before the finish, went into the attack, is now 55 seconds back. Kudos to him. He deserved a lot more, but that is cycling. He was caught just before the last descent, and it is still properly good that he had still power to not lose as much time on the finishing climb that he did. So 10th place for Marcus Beyer is good in the general classification. He would have liked more, but he did a proper race. And Daniel Arnes, second place before this stage in the general classification, is out of the top 10. Well, he rode a superb race, but just the national team of Estonia, they were a bit stronger. They controlled the field better, and they didn't let Daniel Arnes and Marcus Beyer get off the front, and so right arm definitely has to say very big thanks to all of his teammates that helped to protect him. But today's winner, Henry Ulig.
We're here with Henry Uhlig, second stage winner of Baltic Chain Tour 2023. Yesterday you were third, maybe everything didn't went according to plan, but today, wow, you did everything you could, team did a good job. How did it happen?
Yeah, thanks. Actually, we were in a shit position in the beginning. When 15 riders went, we had no one in it. We planned to have someone in it, but we didn't, so we needed to chase with Estonia. And it looked like that they will go to the finish, but somehow we catch them in the final. And I knew that this stage is the stage which suits me the most, so I knew what I wanted. And I came from a bad position, but when I attacked from around 10th place, no one could follow me. And yeah, I win with a big gap. Finally, my first UCI win, and I give this to my grandpa.
Oh, that's very nice. Congratulations again. But when did you know that you're having a good legs, and when did you know that you have a chance to win today?
Actually, I didn't believe it when the group was out, because at the intermediate sprint, at the first one, when I sprinted, I was not having good legs, and I was like, we will see. But I knew that the sprint's gonna be long, and that's what I can do the best, long sprints, and somehow I had the best legs in the end.
Awesome. Thank you for the interview.
Thank you, too.
That was today's winner, Henry Ulig, German guy from Alpecin, the Koenig's development team. Here is his winning attack on the final climb of today, the finishing climb. Superb win, very nice, gifting his win to his grandpa, his first UCI win of his career. And the way he won today, probably not the last. He will be a very good rider in the future, and definitely will go up in the ranks of the cycling world. But now he's in a good position to still contest for the general classification of this tour. Only 2 seconds back from right arm. So, but he said yes that they missed with his team. They missed the big move, and they weren't actually at some point convinced that they will come back to the front of the race, but they somehow did. They chased hard with Team Estonia, and they at the end he wasn't superbly positioned, but he just had the best legs today. And on the Sigulda hill, yeah, positioning is good, but you have to have the legs, and this is the confirmation of today's stage. Henry Ulig in front of Malte Hellerup and Mats Lampe, the top three of today's stage due Baltic Chain Tour 2023. Tomorrow we will go to Lithuania. We will have the start and finish in Panevėžys, a very nice city in Lithuania, a cycling city, as you could say, in Lithuanian order, because that city has the only Baltic states indoor track, so a lot of cyclists know that city by heart, especially Baltic riders. So definitely a lot of fans tomorrow in Panevėžys, and we will have a proper race on our hand for the stage win and also for the general classification, because everything is still to play for. Only 2 seconds separate the first two and this standing. Well, when Henry Ulig wins intermediate sprint tomorrow, 3 seconds, bonus seconds, and he is winning the general classification. So this is proper racing tomorrow. We'll see what happens. Henry Ulig and the Alpecin de Koenig's development team will have a good fight on their hands to get the jersey from the national team Estonia. But national team Estonia showed today that they have a strong team. Hopefully they can recover for tomorrow. Hopefully for a right arm they can recover for tomorrow. And well, I think this stage was again super cool. Riders raced their hearts out. No dull moment in the race, and I think we'll have a bit of the same tomorrow. In this race, the start will again be 11 o'clock Lithuanian time, so then we will meet with you again. You can still Stay on the broadcast. We will show the award ceremony and maybe a few more interviews. But I will pack now my bags and I will go for a little sporting little run in the evening. So hopefully you can still enjoy your Saturday night, and let's meet here on this live coverage of Baltic Chain Tour 2023 tomorrow, when we will have the last stage of this tour. I was Kristo and Vaga. I hope you enjoyed this tour. Hope you enjoyed stage 2, and let's see you tomorrow. Have a nice evening.
Markus sajūtas arī ir šeit, tā kā viss ir gatavs apbalvošanai. Aicinu arī visas līdzekļus šeit būt klāt, pulcēties. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dāmas un kungi, Siguldas BALTIC čempionāta velobrauciena posms ir aizvadīts, un mēs esam gatavi sākt apbalvošanu. And now, we are ready to start the award ceremony with stage winner. Stage winner, the first level. And today, winner from team Alpecin, the Senrik, Pernai, Oakland! Congrats, Henry! Henry today. 1 week ago, he took 11th place in World Championship under 23 category. And 1 week later, he took a victory here in Sigulda, Latvia. Congrats, Henry. German rider, Deutscher rider. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, the champagne. Henry, oh, Henry, Oakland, victory today. Great, great race, great race. Thank you, and good luck tomorrow, your team, and of course, fight for GC. We will see tomorrow. And we are ready to continue with yellow jersey, general classification. And leader after stage number 2 from national team Estonia, right arm, Estonian national team, Vigaunīs nacionālā komanda, priecājamies par right armu, mūsu lielisko ieviņu draugu, friend from Estonia, Esti. Big champagne, right arm. He's leader after the second stage. Yesterday he took a victory, and today to continue with yellow jersey. Congrats, congrats, right. We are ready to continue with red jersey, most competitive rider. And this jersey goes for Henry Oakland. Henry, second time. Congrats, Henry. Thank you. We are ready to continue with most active rider. Green jersey, apdovanoti braucējs, zaļais kriekliņš from team Tartu 2024, Markus Pajor. Markus Pajor. Really active days. All day breakaway today from Markus Pajor. Team Tartu. Aleksa Krasta komandas biedrs Markus Pajors šodien ir ātrākais, labākais šajā vērtējumā green jersey. Oh, let's go! Congrats, Markus! Thank you, Markus. And the next one nomination, Best Young Rider, white jersey, goes for Henry Oakland. Henry's victory and 2 jerseys. Perfect race from this the Senrik Alpecin development team riders. Great job, great team, and congrats tomorrow. We will the best for tomorrow.
Yeah, let's make it together here.
Boys, please together, one picture together, all jerseys. Right arm, Henry Oakland, and of course Markus Pajor. Boys, please go again. Šodienas uzvarētājs Henry Oakland, tāpat arī kopvērtējuma līderis right arms un arī zaļā kriekliņa īpašnieks Markus Pajors. Thank you, boys. Thank you, and good luck tomorrow. Sigulda, jūs bijāt lieliski. Paldies arī visām komandām, lai visiem labs posms līdz paņēmešā. Sākot līdzīgi tiešraidē, mājas.
Right arm, second stage is done, maybe not so perfect as yesterday. You were in top 10, you have still the leader's jersey, but how did it happen? How was today for Estonian national team?
Yeah, it was really hectic from the first uphill in Sigulda. There was a big breakaway with we had only Martin Laas, and yeah, it was quite dangerous because there were other GC guys who were a bit dangerous for me. So yeah, we had to catch the breakaway before the finish, and yeah, my team did just an amazing job during all the race, pacing the big group. And yeah, at the final uphill, the finish is not perfect for me. It was like 1 kilometer uphill, quite steep. So yeah, I just try to stay in the wheel as front as possible, and yeah, keep the leader's jersey.
Were you thinking at some point that maybe you're not gonna catch the breakaway?
Yeah, well, of course it was a bit dangerous all the time, more than 1 minute time gap. But yeah, at the last 40 kilometers, it started coming down, and so yeah, guys were getting tired in the front, so we managed to catch the break.
So you have the jersey for tomorrow as well, a yellow jersey I'm talking about. What are you gonna do tomorrow?
Be as aggressive as possible in the group, and take as many bonus seconds as possible in the sprints, and at the final sprint try to win the stage.
Sounds like a plan. Good luck.
Thanks.
Markus Pajur from Tartu 2024 team. You were so aggressive rider today. You were in a breakaway. You won 2 intermediate sprints. You were strong today, but in the end, the result wasn't quite there. How would you describe today's stage?
Yeah, I took a risk. I think it's always better to take a risk or lose the chance. So I just went all in to gain some positions in GC, but yeah, sadly we were caught before the finish, and in the last climb I was totally empty, so I just did what I could.
Are you happy with your team's performance today, or would you have done something other, like differently after the stage, if you're thinking about it?
Yeah, maybe it would have been better to do a different strategy, but yeah, everybody did as well as they know, so I think we did everything, so yeah, nothing to lose.
You seem to be really motivated today. What are your thoughts about tomorrow?
I think tomorrow there will be not many GC changes if there's no wind, so I think we're going for a bunch sprint, but you never know in Baltic Chain Tour, so yeah, we're looking forward to tomorrow.
Good luck for you.
Thanks.